Hi, welcome on another stream, and today I have a couple different things to do. First, I have to install this new glass pane into the bathroom door. I want to do it on stream because I want my time lapse to be complete, and I also have some things to do here. Well, I was doing some configuration changes, but I think I will take care of that later. Okay. So I have to rearrange stuff in here and also move the camera a bit. Sort all of those. So this is 4, 4, 4, and 4. I will put all of this into a separate pile. Then this into a separate pile. And this was the sleeve. So I can put this over here, for now at least. And this over here. I have too much stuff in here. This I will need. This I will need later. And also the tape. Let's put the machine over here, so it's nice and visible. Yeah, this can go over here. '26, '27. I need to somehow bind it, because as it is right now, it's not very convenient to use. Okay. So I can put the door on the table and then test the recording. How should I put this? Because now there is this door handle, so it's not the most convenient way. Maybe like that. Kind of works. I would like to have access to that hole from underneath. Maybe I could put this door over here. I'm hitting everything. Okay, now it hangs from here. So this is maybe not perfect, but it's fine. And I should make it a bit darker, because now it's a bit too light. Okay, now let's test the recording. I hope everything works correctly. Files. Okay, and now OBS, how that worked? Camera, filters, main camera record. Is it now recording? Test, test. Let's stop the recording and validate that. Yeah, looks like it's working correctly. And maybe it could be a bit brighter. Let's raise it back to 200 maybe. Okay. Recording. Close. So I have this over here, this over here. Okay, so I have this new glass pane. This is this frosted glass. And I actually started doing this on all the other doors off stream, before the stream. And I was doing this matte side inside, and this is outside. So it should go like that. Yeah, looks like it's fine. Maybe I will put it over here, like that. And I have this glue. So I will put this just in the corner. It will probably still squeeze out of this rabbit, but it's fine. It's not that hard to clean. And because this will definitely be uneven, I will have to install this with all those trims. And then I will flip it, apply some painter's tape, I think, and then force this glue into all the gaps. A bit too much in some places. This, yeah, this goes like that. I have to put more along this edge. And clean it up a bit. Okay, that's enough. And now those. I'm not sure how to remove this. When I was ordering all the glass panes, some of them have size written on them with this kind of shiny marker. I don't know. I will try maybe isopropyl alcohol, and if that doesn't work, maybe acetone. That's interesting. I was quite convinced that I was shaving a bit from them, from those trims, and now I can't fit them. Let's try some help from a chisel. Okay, this works. And now the last one in here. Yeah, this is surprisingly tight. I was sure that they will all be too loose and I will have to fill all the gaps. But looks like there are no gaps to be filled. Okay, now it works. And a couple of nails. What do I have here? I have some finishing nails. I'm just reusing the existing holes. It's not like this this gets out of force, out of stress. It doesn't need to be very strong. This didn't feel like existing hole. And I'm not sure where is one in here. Just guessing. Okay, now I will use this to make them flash. Or even go a bit below the surface. And then I will just put some more paint over those spots with a small brush. But that I will do off camera. Probably when they will already be installed. So what to do with this? Here I have isopropyl alcohol. Okay, that works. I will probably have to go over it again with a window cleaner. Okay, and then I have to rotate that. And take everything off. Okay, and now I will have to use some tape, painter's tape, and force this glue into the crack between the glass, and the door. There is a bit of squeeze out already. Yeah, I need a new blade. Too much scraping with that one. Now I will go over the wooden part. And then I really want to force this groove into that crack, because this part is actually visible from the other side. It would be the best to have some sort of syringe and force it with a syringe. But looks like this is the best I can do. This is the last edge. Okay, this one has already too much. So far, this looks like a tutorial how to get adhesive all over your hands. How is its side? That is that a caulk? I have no idea. This is just adhesive. I have no idea what it is made out of. I don't think they say. So yeah, I'm just using it to fill all the cracks and make the glass pane stay in place. You know, I don't want it to rattle or something. The chat looks quite small. Settings, chat appearance. Yeah, it got reset again. Yes, Mark Pan, you good at your work. Just get wet cloth and use your finger. I don't think I have anything wet in here. I don't have access to running water or anything, so getting a wet cloth is kind of pain. Right now I don't even have a window cleaner because I needed it outside. So the one wet thing I could use is an isopropyl alcohol, and I don't think it's the best for that purpose. Okay, I think that's enough. Okay, so looks like that's done. And luckily you can pretty easily scrape it. I wanted to touch this part and now I'm just making it worse. Okay, no more touching. Okay, so looks like that's done. How does it look from the other side? In some places it could be better. Maybe I will redo that in that corner and in that corner, but that's later. For now it's fine. So now I can do the time lapse because everything is now recorded. Camera properties, or rather filters, and turn it off. Okay, looks so good now. You're either brave or crazy, moving it wet. It doesn't really move, so I don't think it's a problem. Like the previous one I was doing, I was also moving wet, and also it's not that wet anymore. It dries up pretty quickly, and also this adhesive is not really to hold it in place. The trims are to hold it in place. The adhesive is there just to prevent any rattling or something like that, so it won't like slide or fall out of the opening or something like that. It's held in this opening with nails. But yeah, now I have to go home and wash my hands because I have a lot of adhesive all over my fingers. So be right back. I'm back. Okay, so that's done. Now I can change the title to that. Does it work? Yeah. Projects. This is done. And let's continue with tailoring. Today before the stream I had just the most cartoonish accident ever. Like I was doing some more of that, some more of glass pane insertion, and I was pulling the bolts out of the door hinges. I was using pliers for that, so I was pulling the bolt out of the door hinge, and the pliers slipped, and I hit my face with them. I, I have now 2 or 3 marks on my lower lip. This, and this. Okay, so now some more drawing. I will start as always. Also, I was supposed to check the natural waste, double check the natural waste, because it seems quite high. So let's see, nape of the neck is around here, and then waist would be in here. This is 16 and a half. It's supposed to be up to this point. So yeah, let's see. This is the waist. Maybe it reaches the waist in the back. Yeah, and then it goes pretty high up. Maybe it shouldn't go so high. Do they say anything about that? This is Scorpion figures. The system. Yeah. The side body. Hollow bottom waist seam, about 1 inch. Another point of taste. Yeah, I want less than 1 inch. Because for me it's too high for my body. It goes too high. I think it goes too high. Maybe it's because of my back, my back, width of the back of the shoulders. Like it creates more curve around this part, and it pulls the bottom seam up. That's my my hypothesis. Where's my pencil? I should really bind them somehow. I was thinking about buying those. I'm not sure how they are called in English, like those plastic envelopes. You know, this kind of like yeah, envelopes kind of made out of foil, and they have like this edge with holes on the one side. So yeah, I was thinking about buying those because if you buy really thin ones, they are really cheap. You can buy a bunch of them, like 100, 200 of them for practically nothing. And then I would attach them together through those holes. I think they even make specific clips for that purpose. So yeah, I will do 36, 32, 9, 16 and a half or 1/4. I don't remember. This is 4. Of course, I didn't write in here. Or in here. 16 and a half. Everything is correct. Historical tailoring. This is correct. Okay. And this 16 and a half. This will be front shoulder. I think I was modifying, I was adjusting in the front shoulder or over shoulder measure. Maybe over shoulder. and I of course don't remember. This is 4. This was the point A. From here to here, and from here up to here. So yeah, 17.25. I remember correctly that I was modifying this. Across the chest, this was 8.5. No, this is across chest. This is 8, this was 8.5. Full length will be 35. So I don't need that anymore. It can go into here. And let's start again. Also, I was buying some electrical supplies, some, conduits and other stuff like that. And the same seller was also selling those. So I got one of them. It's awesome. I should have bought something like that ages ago. And it also has different modes. This is the brightest. This is well, on camera it flickers, but it doesn't. Well, it does flicker IRL, kind of, but I don't see it as much as on camera. It's the frame rate issue. So yeah, this is the dimmer setting. There is this flashlight on the side, and it also has dimmer setting, which also flickers on camera. But yeah, I kind of see it, just barely. It's much less noticeable IRL than on camera. And it also has this other button. And I can do now this. So I don't even have to touch it to turn it on and off. I really should have bought it ages ago. I was always like, oh, now sun has set, so it's dark outside, so I can't work on any electrical stuff, because then I would have to turn off all the electricity in the house, and I wouldn't see anything if there is no natural light. So I was always doing all the electrical stuff only in the morning, and now I can actually have a useful flashlight. One that I don't have to hold or anything. Clap on, clap off. I'm not sure how it works. But I think it's just a proximity sensor. because yeah, it doesn't have to be my hand. I can do this. Yeah, next to just turn my head next to the wall, and it turns off or on. That will be fun in a crawl space. There is no space like that in here. I don't have a crawl space, and I don't think crawl space is not really something that's very common in here. I never saw crawl space like normally. Never saw one in person. Okay, this is supposed to be 2.5 as always. Two and a half and 3/4 up. But that will be useful when I will be doing laundry, because I'm always putting the laundry on the drying rack in that room that I'm supposed to renovate next. And because I was doing all the electrical stuff, now that room doesn't have electricity. Well, it does have electricity in the wall outlets, but it doesn't have light. So it's always dark, so I'm just using a flashlight, or I was using a flashlight up until now. Because I'm always doing my laundry like around midnight, so it's already dark everywhere. Yeah, this is supposed to be 2.5, then 9 inches. Yeah, depth of sky, 9 inches, then 16.5. And 18.5. Square from all those points. This is making noises again. And while I will pull it up, it will just stop. It will be suddenly silent, because it's afraid to be fixed. This is 2.5. This is 9. This is 16.5. And this is 18.5. shoulder line, depth of sky. And this is the fashion waist, 18.5. What are the next steps? This was width of the back. And 2 inches below, 8 and 8.5. This is the width of the back. And this is supposed to go out 1/4 inch. It's so annoying. And I don't understand what is making that noise. Let's just put some oil on everything. Some in here, here, maybe here. I don't know how to get into those spaces, but yeah, maybe that will be enough. It would be easier to apply something like WD-40, but I don't have any. It's still making some sounds, but I think less. Okay. So 1/4 inch. This goes up to this point. That was point F. That was 1/4 inch. 1/8 in here. And now a line from here to here. This is supposed to go out 1 inch, this is 1 inch, this is half an inch. This was now what am I doing? Now square from those lines come 1 inch. I'm pretty far away. Side body may not be drawn. The experience rock of eye. 3/4 at this line, 3/4 away. And this was 2 inches in here and in here. Okay, this will enable the most unpracticed. This will unpracticed. This will enable the most unpracticed to draw the seam something like a good taste and style. 24. 26. Where is the copy? This is not the copy. Hello Scrap. Early stream? Not really. It's my usual time to stream. Sometimes I'm late. Today I'm a bit less late. Well, usually I'm late, and today I'm a bit less late. But it's still not that far off from yesterday, for example. This side body comes next. Take out 1 inch. Okay, 1 inch. 1 inch this way. A quarter of an inch, I meant. Quarter of an inch this way. And no, quarter of an inch down. Quarter of an inch down and 3/8 forward. So this is the point. And then 1.5 in here. Then 21. I think this was 21. Yeah, and here it was 20.5. So I will do 21. From this point, if I remember correctly, up to here, 21, and then 8. That should come up to 13. 8 in here, 13 in here. Then 1.5 up. This is in centimeters, right? Not inches. In inches. This is an English book printed in London. Well, not manufactured in London, I guess. By which I mean that this is not an original print or something. But yeah, printed by John Williams Company Limited, London, something Avenue. So yeah, this is from roughly turn of 19th and 20th century in England, London. So they were very much using inches at that time, and all of the instructions are in inches. Maybe I'm wrong, but I think that maybe also actually Polish books from that era were in inches, because I vaguely remember inches being mentioned in Polish in referencing tailoring stuff. sewing stuff. I'm not sure how widely they were used. Actually, I have one book, one Polish book about tailoring, fairly old. Let's see. Files, books. Do you think centimeters are more precise? There is no difference. Absolutely no difference. You can measure something in like length of this eraser, and you would be equally precise. There is absolutely no difference between any kind of measurement system in terms of precision. The measurement system is just a convention. Books, tailoring, and I had a book called... Where is that? System, tailoring, beginning, cutting, garments. Here. Podręcznik krawiecki kroju męskiego. What are the measurements in here? Yeah, it is in inches. Obwód w pasie 34 cale. Yeah, everything here is in inches. So inches were also used in tailoring in Poland during that era. Probably because tailors and other craftsmen were migrating back and forth, so they learned in inches abroad and they brought it back to Poland, I assume. Sure, but wait. Sure it is, but to someone who has used centimeters to measure it, it may be strange to switch to something else, another system. Did they translate inch to Polish? Yeah. Is it a thing in other languages? Like an inch in other languages is just an inch? I always thought that it's normal to translate units. So yeah, inch in Polish is cal. Hmm, 9.5. Someone who has to use centimeters to measure it may be strange to switch to something else. When I was starting, I was trying to use centimeters because that's what I'm used to and so on, and I had all my measuring stuff in centimeters, but I quickly realized, quite quickly after some fails, that it's a horrible way. There is a reason why unit conversion is banned in NASA. The errors are just inevitable. If the instructions are in inches, you have to work in inches with inch measuring tape and everything else. Yeah, side body. This point is the front. Draw a line from H to drop the H by sweeping from here. So this would be H. Now I'm still thinking about inches in different languages. I'm pretty sure it's just normal to translate inch. Let's see, for example, into German. Yeah, inch in German is Zoll. How about French? Pounds or pouce? Pouce. Spanish. En pulgadas. How about 1 inch? Yeah, una pulgada. So yeah, translating translating units into different languages is completely normal. It's translated, yeah, but I wasn't sure about Polish. Wasn't sure about, what do you mean? Wasn't sure about Polish? You know Polish book, Imperial Measuring System. You think since they are copying it, it would be abbreviated like inch, for inches or something? You think since they are copying it, it would be abbreviated? They are not copying it. This book I was reading, it was like original Polish book by Polish author. What was the author? Yeah, it's Podręcznik krawiecki kroju męskiego. The author is Józef Sankowski. And it was printed in Philadelphia. I think. Copyrighted by Józef Sankowski, 1916. And even under the title, he says, or they say, composed, put together, and included his own pictures, maybe. Józef Sankowski, master of tailoring, with diplomas from staff. Some internationally recognized good tailor. But yeah, let's go back to it. How interesting, Polish book, Imperial Measuring System, US printing. Yeah, I think from what I understand, he was learning tailoring in the US, maybe, and he was sharing that knowledge with his native language. I think that's what it is about, because from what I understand, he was like studying tailoring in like different places in the US and in some places in Europe. I'm not sure. I didn't look that much into that guy. It's just what I understand from the title page. Yeah, what was I doing? Side body might be drawn. Draw line straight from H to I, square to this line. 1 inch in here. And also, it's pretty understandable that he was printing this book outside of Poland during that era, you know, because of all the history and stuff, all the wars. Poland in that period, I don't think was the best place to do that kind of work. It ceased to exist for some time. I think it ceased to exist for multiple times. I'm not that good at like political history, but yeah, in like roughly that period, like around 19, I think even from 18, 19, 20, early 20th century, it was just constantly invaded and stuff. So yeah, it's pretty understandable that this guy was doing that from US. 1 inch in here, and I think I'm gonna do less than 1 inch, more like half an inch maybe. Another point of taste. Quarter of the back. Yeah, this is supposed to be 9.5. Nine and a half. And right angle. And now I will only do half an inch on either side, as they suggest. And then I can take that in a bit more later. Let's focus on testing one variable at a time. yeah, a bit up and from here. And then something like this. Two inches forward. This was supposed to be 1.5. And also now I'm thinking a bit more about this. Like this book is an original book. It's not a translation. But even if it was a translation, then I think they still wouldn't use just abbreviation of inch, because if it's supposed to be translated for Polish speaker to understand, then there is a very big chance that they wouldn't be familiar with the name inch. They would only be using word cal. So if it was abbreviated IN, for example, a reader, like intended reader, likely wouldn't know, wouldn't understand that. So I think it would be just always translated to cal. What are the next steps? Yeah, this was supposed to go 1 inch from here. Right. Oh, here. 1 inch. Yeah, from line H. 1 inch from line H, but I think that's too much for me. Yeah, that's too much. So let's do 1/2 inch. And then I can take out a bit more. With altering it later. I will go with 21 again. Or 12, 22. Then this shape. The 4 parts. Points 21. Oh yeah, these points are fixed. Now deduct this from that. Yeah, the front shoulder. Front shoulder is supposed to be... Oh, I didn't write that down. Front shoulder is supposed to be 11 3/4. This will be A, but first front shoulder in here. 11 3/4. "26, 25 from here." Yeah, this is correct. So this is the point C. And then over shoulder, this was 17 1/4. From here, I think. Having fixed nest point, our attention to over shoulder measure. Yeah, distance from 1/2 inch. So in here, up to A. And from A to here, here to here. Well, I can just make a mark in here. Is that correct? Maybe that's correct. Yeah, now measure this. This less roughly 1/4. And it goes into here. This is point B. that correct? Oh, that's different. Why is that different? Yeah, that's 4. That's interesting. What is the difference in here? I should note stuff like that. Yeah, this is only half an inch. Was that okay? Where is the last one? This is the last one. Hmm. Okay, now I vaguely remember thinking about this. That you are supposed to make it smaller, make this size smaller. If your shoulders go forward. But in here, I think it is better than on that one. It's quite interesting that this sleeve makes it much easier to put on. Yeah, the decrease in here is much worse. Is that to be expected? If this distance is small, wait, which distance? This, from here to here. This in here is smaller. Then it shouldn't actually act like that. I don't understand why it is like that. Maybe it's just a coincidence that those two look different. So yeah, let's move it by ½ inch. So this would go into here, point C. And then the B would go from here to here. Point B. And then 1/4 inch, or less than 1/4. This chair is still making noises. I should get a WD-40 and just spray the whole chair. Yeah, now this. The 4 part. Fix these 2 points. Back shoulder seam, 1/4 inch narrower. From C to D, this is supposed to be 2.5 again. Two and a half would be that. This is point D. This will be E. And from 21 up to D, something like that. And then in here I can draw a line from here to here. Just as a guide. Actually, guide for what? Yeah, I don't need that guide. 22 and somewhere in here maybe. This will be point I. Maybe here. And then 1.5 inch from here, maybe a bit more in here. Here, a bit more in here. At E. And here it's supposed to go inside. I really need to buy some drafting paper. Something nice and white. With something visible. Maybe a bit lower, and then from here smooth curve into this point. Yeah, this looks good. And then only the skirt, I think. The skirt goes from here. The line, where is the skirt system? Skirt system, HT, so probably HI. Square to this line. 9 inches down. And here, now is the part I want to test. The waist suppression, the spring over the hips and seat. Much that has been said in dealing with the waist suppression applies with equal force to this. Our plan of getting this by direct measures we have already described, but we seldom use this. We proceed to describe our usual plan, which is to square down from fashion waist 9 inches, yes, and to spring out from 1 to 1.5 inches, more or less, as the seat is more or less prominent, and hollow out the waist between skirt and front part, side body, hollow out the waist between skirt part so that 1/4 inch only of daylight or space is shown between them for close-fitting skirt. And then this must be carefully noted. As this space is increased, so must also the spring over the seat by at least double the quantity when the extra width is put into the skirt. By this means will form a fold of drapery at the sides. This must be carefully noted, as if this space is increased, so must be the spring over the seat by at least double the quantity. Okay, so this was 1/2 inch, and I will just do it flat. I want 1/2 inch gap in here. So this is 1/4 inch more. So I have to do 1.5 inch in here. If increased, so must be spring over the seat by at least double the quantity when extra width is put into the skirt by this means. If this last point is especially noticed, many of the existing troubles with connections of skirt will disappear. And is that even correct height? 6. So 9 inches, 2 inches, 11 inches. This is, well, let's say this level. This is 26. Okay, and it is close to 11. So yeah, let's do 1.5 inch in here. And then 1/2 inch curve of 1/2 inch, 36 from the front, from the top, or 37. I'll go with 37 if they say so. 37 into here, and then this round of 1/2 inch. Oh, the skirt system. Okay. 1/2 inch in here. Okay, now I have to do it by hand. 1/2 inch at J. Yeah, 1/2 inch. So from here up to here, this should be flat, fairly flat. I'm not sure how to do it so that it isn't just the same thing below. Maybe this line should be more curved. maybe. And then from here, just by eye, something like that. Here, follow this shape. Yeah, this should be something like that. This point, this, and here. Okay, that's good enough. And that's done. Now I'm thinking about this drafting paper. How would that even be called? Not here. Okay. That's interesting. Like, it works on my laptop. It's called drafting paper. Yeah, but in Polish. It works on my laptop, but it still doesn't work in here for some reason. Let's do some less based web browser. No, cancel. Maybe something like that. No, I don't want anything with an adhesive. Maybe this would be good. Almost 120. What, 120? Okay. It's 50 meters. Wait. Yeah, that's really narrow. I would need something like 70 centimeters. Oh, yeah, I do have 120 followers. Someone followed 3 minutes ago. Thank you for the follow. I completely didn't notice. I don't want... like, there is always something with thermal adhesive. I don't want adhesive paper. This is 152 with glue. What is this about with this glue? But yeah, maybe I will find something. I think that it would be that. It is the it would be the correct term for searching. But what is this glue about? Is there some common use case I just can't think about? It's like every one of those drafting papers has some thermal adhesive. Now down from here on the skirt. And I hope to leave everything as it is and just redraw the skirt if there will still be a need for that. I always knew you were making skirts for yourself. the side body, and now the last part. Okay, and this is done. The cap is in here. There are so many dial stars, I like them so much. I just missed the color one. No movement was deft on it. This. Okay, so this is attempt number 5. That's a lot of attempts. Number 5. And number 5. Now I can cut this. Cut this out of a piece of cloth and make a mock-up. Oh, no way. What, no way? No way that it is attempt number 5 and mock-ups are smart. Yeah, this is making a mock-up is just something obvious. Like there is no way I would use a proper fabric from the beginning, because there is no way I would get it right from the beginning. Like I think pretty much everyone. No way, it's a waste of time. Did I say it was a waste of time? I thought so. Really? But yeah, the mockups are something that I think pretty much everyone does when they are trying some new pattern, because even if you have pretty standard body, there is no way you, well, maybe there is a way you would get it right on the first try, but there is a pretty high chance that you won't. So normally nobody risks like that. But yeah, I was thinking about this, about the walking stick. So yesterday I was talking about my walking stick, about the fact that pretty soon I will have to replace the end of that because it's in a pretty bad shape. And I said that maybe I'm gonna just ask ChatGPT what are the possible options for that. And I did. It responded that I should try to use a hockey pack and shape it with a knife or chisel, and they are pretty inexpensive. So maybe I will try that. I think they are made out of rubber. I never saw one, even never interacted with one in person, but yeah, I assume they are made out of rubber, and they are I think pretty hard, so maybe they will be good. They will be suitable for that purpose. I should also here I should update the list, task list or to-do list. Okay, this is now ready. I hope it didn't break. Yeah, my floor is really uneven. And especially in this part. Maybe I should do something with it. This is the one, yeah, this is the one. Up to here, and then I should probably just square it down. And this part. That's interesting. Okay. The Qt browser with YouTube chat broke again. I'm not sure why that's happening and what exactly is going on, but there is some bug with Qt browser that in situations, I don't know, maybe when I'm opening a new window or something like that, only sometimes when I'm opening a new window, then one of the existing windows just goes black, and then it only like reappears when I try to move it. Maybe I should report that bug, because looks like it's not getting fixed. It's been a case for quite a long time. What is this sound? I think this valve is leaking. The compressor valve, or the compressed air system valve. And now this skirt. I'm not even sure what is supposed to be the orientation of the skirt in terms of warp and weft. I'm also still not sure which one is which. Why does it have such a complicated name? Such complicated names. Completely unintuitive. You can't easily guess what they mean or which one is which. And it's also the case in Polish. In Polish it's a bit more intuitive. I still have quite a hard time with remembering that, but I think I mostly remember that in Polish, how they are called in Polish, but or maybe I can mostly tell which one is which in Polish, but in English it's worse. Actually, now I'm thinking about this, and I'm not sure. I'm not so sure. After all, I can tell which one is which in Polish. In Polish, it's wątek and osnowa, and I think osnowa is like those longer threads, and the wątek is across. There are a lot of complicated names in English, especially in geometry. Like in English, there are some quadrilaterals and stuff like that, and in Polish, it's like, oh yeah, this figure has 4 sides, so it's 4-sided. In Polish, with geometry, you can pretty much, well, maybe not always, but most of the time you can just guess what is the shape, or what is both the name of the shape and what is the shape from the name. And with English geometry, it's like learning another language. Another one is done. It's interesting how in some cultures any writing system was not sometimes not even developed, but just adopted so late. Like, writing is such an obvious invention. How can you live for thousands of years without any writing system? Like, later in history, around Middle Ages, for example, writing in general was pretty much universally adopted. But it's crazy how some ancient cultures could just not have any sort of writing system. Slavic people didn't have any writing system. Hello, Jetpinky. I don't understand how they could function without one. You can't make any notes, you can't make a letter. Most peasants couldn't read or write. It's not true. It's a myth. It's well, we don't have any unambiguous data on that, but a lot of peasants definitely could read and write. The myth that they couldn't comes from the official data, saying that most of them were illiterate. But the problem with that is the fact that the definition of illiteracy changed. So for the people that were compiling those data, someone was illiterate when they couldn't read any important documents or books. So in practice, that meant they were considered illiterate when they didn't know Latin. And someone could read and write perfectly well in their native language, and they would still be considered illiterate. And we know that peasants could in fact read and write, because we have actually letters, for example, written by peasants for peasants, and also even some books, like cooking books, for example. And also, not being able to read and write, like not being able to read and write for the majority of the population doesn't make much sense, because it's well, maybe now it's a bit more difficult, but during that time, during Middle Ages, for example, it wasn't difficult, because the concept of proper spelling of orthography and native and national languages didn't exist. Like there were no rules. You would just write stuff however you felt like they should be written. So learning how to read and write would pretty much just be learning the letters. And I think pretty much everyone can read 20 something, like depending on the language, about 25, 26 letters. Like when I was in elementary school, I learned runic alphabet in a couple of days because I was bored. So it's not really that difficult. Okay, so let's try that. This and this. Grok says early Middle Ages 1 to 5% could read and write. Middle Ages 5 to 10%. Yeah, but first of all, you shouldn't trust AI, because it's not verified information. It's often just making stuff up, and also it's probably also just repeating the myth, just basing that off of the official records, official data, which means that which doesn't mean that like 1 to 5% couldn't read or write. It means that 1 to 5% couldn't read or write Latin. Or 1 to 5% could read or write Latin. Should I trust you, a civilian, over the AI overlord? No, definitely. You should trust Grok. I wonder if it also repeats other myths about just history in general. Like, for example, ask if people in Middle Ages, for example, did wash themselves, because it's another myth that they were just dirty all the time, and it's obvious ridiculousness. Yeah, that they didn't wash themselves, that they thought the earth was flat, that what else? well, later that that women were fainting because of their corsets were tight. It's all BS. Smirking archaeologist. What is this? I'm talking specifically Anglo-Saxon here. I'm talking specifically Anglo-Saxon here. Like, in regards to what? To writing? I'm correct on the definition. Early ages, it was less frequent. Late ages, it started to improve. Writing, because I started changing the topic a lot. Are you talking still about writing? Washing. So washing. Early ages it was less frequent. Late ages started to improve. People always wash themselves. The kind of source of this myth is, I think, because of bathing, because they didn't bathe. By which it means they didn't fill a tap of water and they didn't submerge themselves. Like a typical way. Well, depending on your status, there would be multiple ways you would wash yourself. But an example of a way would be to fill a bowl of water. Fill a bowl with water and then just wash your different parts of your body with your hands. So it is washing yourself, but it isn't bathing. So someone can say that they didn't bathe very frequently, and then it gets interpreted as they didn't wash themselves, which is not true. Oh, I'm doing this wrong. Sorry, I'm archaeologist. I found the discussion on AI I'm using, which I was smirking. And also, by the same logic of assuming they didn't wash themselves because they didn't bathe, you could always also say that a lot of people nowadays don't bathe, don't wash themselves because they don't have a bathtub. They are using a shower, which doesn't count. I think Bernadette Banner was doing an interview with some historian about that topic, and yeah, their conclusion was also that it's completely ridiculous. Body cleans itself. The only reason people stink is because skin's microbiome is destroyed by soap and chlorine, so bad bacteria can thrive, or illness. Yeah, and for like normal people, especially during that period, cleaning yourself wasn't usually about stinking. I think it was about actually your body being dirty with like actual dirt, because I don't know, you're picking stuff from the ground and stuff like that. You were working in a field. Okay, this. I should get the pins on the underside. I bet they didn't wash their peepees. Well, I don't know. I didn't ask anyone from that period. And I don't think anyone can ask someone from that period. But there is no way that they didn't wash stuff like their hands or their face. Especially because there are some like historical records of people not washing themselves. So why would why would that be noteworthy if it was normal? It's probably a myth because of Chinese whispers. I should now go from here. And is that correct? Yeah, this is correct. I don't want to attach this backwards again. time is it? Oh, it's quite late. I wonder how long will that take me? Okay, another seam is done. By the way, Sapien, I think you weren't here when I was talking about my new amazing purchase. So I was purchasing some electrical supplies, and the seller was also selling those. It's the greatest. Now I finally will be able to do like some electrical work and other stuff like that when it's dark, because I was always like, oh, it's sun has already set, so I can't do any electrical stuff because I won't see anything. And I was always like adjusting my plans to the time where there is natural light. And I should have bought a flashlight like that, like head-mounted flashlight ages ago. I was actually planning to buy a flashlight like that ages ago, but I was just always putting that off for later. And now it's finally later. Yeah, this should get attached like that. Yeah. This. I'm pretty sure, like, it only arrived today, but I'm already pretty sure that this is one of those greatest purchases ever, like the labor printer. Ryobi does good battery-powered floodlight. Floodlight is... do I think about... am I correct in what floodlight is? Flood... yeah, I'm not really interested in something like that, because stuff like that, you always have to point in a certain direction. And this it always shines in the direction I'm looking. Like I have couple flashlights, so flashlights with magnets and stuff. Well, not I have, my father has. So I was sometimes borrowing those, but they were always such a pain. Like you had to always find a good position for them, and your arms would always get in the way, and there would always be shadow and other stuff like that. So a flashlight that is actually mounted onto you in general, and especially onto your head, is such an upgrade. And also this was very cheap. It is, I think, quite popular because I saw the heating contractor that was putting in our new furnace. He was using one of those, and I'm pretty sure it was the same exact manufacturer, same exact model. So they are pretty popular, I think. And it was super cheap. It was like $10 maybe. So yeah, I don't expect that the battery will last for entire day or something. But I also don't need it to last it for the entire day. And it's USB-C powered, like USB-C charging, so I could always use a power bank. They also do power the inverters, DC, AC inverter, if that would interest you. Flashlight glasses. If I had flashlight glasses, then what about my normal glasses? Like, would I have to have prescription with them? With those flashlight glasses? I think this is cheaper. I'm pretty sure this is cheaper. And doesn't interact with anything. I can still use safety glasses, for example, without any problem. I would still like to have more flashlighty stuff. It would be nice to have some pocket flashlight, some like EDC type flashlight. Something very small, extremely small even. because yeah, stuff that technically fits into my pockets, the stuff that technically fits could be fairly big. Like I can fit these shears, for example, into my pocket, but they are now bulging out quite a lot. So I want some flashlight, pocket flashlight that is actually not very visible. Cranked powered. This would be cranked powered flashlight would be very inconvenient, and also they are pretty big. I'm pretty sure they are pretty big. EDC flashlight. I don't think I've heard that one before. Like, what do you mean? Everything can be EDC. You can, if you are really weird, you have really weird use case, you can have like EDC iron, like pressing iron. I mean, who carries a flashlight around? Ben Valek, for example. I'm pretty sure he was doing some video about his flashlight that is like this big, and it's angled, so it has a clip and it's angled, right angle, so it's quite useful. Like you can clip it on your on some part of your clothes, your jacket, for example. We are not talking here about a flashlight that fits into your hand. It's about flashlight that fits into your fingers. You can get small handheld crank. We have one of those on our farm. Basically recharges the battery. Yeah, but that's not what I'm interested in. They are very big. I'm interested in something that would fit into my pocket and wouldn't be very big. Like I don't have my keys, but yeah, on a scale like of average keys. Size of protein bar? Smaller. Wait a minute, now I'm thinking about this video. YouTube.
One of the things I've always been interested in.
No, I hate autoplay. Now I don't remember the shortcuts. This? JF.
I thought I'd just do a quick.
He wants a. Wow. No. I want something that would fit into my pocket. Okay, this of course doesn't want to load. I hate YouTube. But let's open it in a Zen browser. And can I mute it in advance? Mute the tab. Yeah, this, videos, this one. And I'm pretty sure he talks about the flashlight in here. Yeah, this. So, I'm talking about this scale of flashlight. I don't want something that is size of your palm. I'm talking about something that fits into your fingers. But let's go back to this. This is now pinned. And the use case for that is not about like lighting up the entire room or the entire forest or something. It's about shining some light on your notebook, for example, or other stuff that you're holding in your hand. Like, I'm pretty sure that when you fold this, this is smaller than those hand crank power flashlights, but this is still too bulky, much too bulky. I don't want to carry something like that in my pockets. I don't want something that would be visible from outside the pocket. Just some LED strips on your clothes. That would definitely be visible outside of my pockets. I'm worrying about like stuff bulging out from my pockets, and it not being very aesthetically pleasing. So just sewing some LED strips onto my clothes, I don't think it's the proper solution. I don't think it solves any problem. And also they would be exposed to stuff like rain, so they could corrode and stuff and things like that. So that's definitely not the best solution. But that's definitely a stupid solution, so this is a plus for that. I would consider it if it wasn't for other problems. I love stupid solutions. Yeah, now this part. Good luck with your project. It's nearly 3 a.m. in Australia. In Australia, Australia. How do you pronounce this continent? Well, both country and continent, I think. Australia. But yeah. So I'm logging off for today. Your channel seems interesting, so I will certainly be back another evening. Well, have a good night, have a good sleep, and yeah, I'm streaming almost every day, 6 days a week, from about 12:30 UTC. So Australia, so that doesn't really help. And they say like when you say Austria, is it Australia? I think Australia. Like, I'm not sure about the beginning. First one, Australia. Okay, so yeah, I'm like, what are you supposed to say in situations like that? I welcome you another time or something like that. I'm not sure. I'm not very good with interactions like that. I don't really interact with people normally. So it's not even a problem with my English. I would be like equally stumbled in my native language. I probably should like work a bit on like common phrases like that. Now that I'm kind of a streamer, like actual streamer, because I'm streaming so often and so consistently. I should work a bit on the standard human interaction, standard small talk. Well, maybe it's not really a small talk, but you know what I mean. You need to know that continent, the best path you get there. Thank you. Usually say goodbye, see you next time. Okay, so goodbye, see you next time. It's quite embarrassing that I have to take advice like that. How to like interact with people. What are the basic phrases? Your English is very good. It's hard getting the little idioms. Yeah. I think, well, in my usual environment, like when I was studying at the university, for example, then in that environment, I think my English is fairly standard, my level of English. Pretty much everyone was more or less at that level. But maybe I'm biased because, you know, this was quite a good university, like one of the best in the country. And it was hard to get in. So, like, I guess people in there would be naturally more educated and stuff. You can go once more, if that was sarcasm. What is this? Select images with motorcycles. This one, this. I think maybe that's a motorcycle. Okay. That's interesting, but actually I think it would be bigger. Like, I'm pretty sure it would be bigger than the one that Ben Valek was presenting, because it's in a weird shape. Like, it can take a smaller volume or something, but that one that I was showing earlier was like a rectangle, and this one is pretty weird. So I think it would be sticking out in a pocket more. It would be more visible. Unless you are supposed to just wear it constantly, which would be pretty weird. The ring is removable. So in that case, maybe it would be smaller. But then I also still have my doubts if this would be more practical. Because a flashlight like that, it has a clip, so you can like attach it to my. I could attach it to my waistcoat or a jacket or something like that. And with a flashlight that is supposed to get you're supposed to attach to your finger, you would have to always shine with your hand. Yeah, like you can't hold something with two hands and flash and shine lines on it from your body. You have to hold it with one hand and then like point your hand at it. I think it would be pretty weird and maybe pretty inconvenient. And also this is cathode bias, and it just naturally stretches quite a lot. Sometimes when I'm in a hardware store, for example, I'm looking at the flashlights and they are usually trash. They are either too big or too big. I could probably find something on the internet fairly easily and fairly cheaply, but I don't know. I don't feel like buying like something like that. Only something like that. Like this one I bought only because it was the same seller as the one that was selling the electrical supplies, and I was buying some electrical supplies. So if I wasn't buying them, I probably also wouldn't get that one. But maybe I should. I don't know. I'm thinking about this Australia, and it's pretty weird how I'm definitely hearing something for like a million times, because I definitely heard somebody saying Australia for like 1,000 times. And then I'm supposed to say it myself, and I don't know how, because I don't know, the part of my brain that is dedicated for listening to stuff, and part of the brain that is dedicated to saying stuff are not connected. So even though I heard this like a gazillion of times, I just, when I'm supposed to say it myself, my mind is just blank. I definitely heard it a million times because I watch fair amount of YouTubers from Australia, like Dave Jones, for example, or Brody Robertson, or Pask from Pask Makes. I'm not sure what is his actual name. If he actually shared it, maybe he didn't. And also, how was that like food scientist called? Anne Reardon, something like that. She's, I'm pretty sure, also from Australia. So yeah, it seems like there are quite a bit of people in there. It's almost like it's a big country. And yeah, country. It's both a country and a continent, right? Is it the on and also the continent and the country is like the same? Is the country is the country as Australia only country in this continent? And are there any other examples of that? Like there is Greenland, but I'm pretty sure Greenland is not its separate continent. Or maybe it is. I don't know. Is there any geographer in here? Oh, the thread got tangled a bit. Also, Australia, I'm pretty sure, has pretty wacky time zones. Like, don't they have this like a couple hours and 45 minutes time zone? Yeah, now I have to press the seams. Pressing this seam closed is pretty difficult. Well, maybe not pretty difficult, pretty annoying. Maybe that's the better word. There is a bunch of fabric bunching. There is a bunch of fabric gathering in here, sticking up. And the shoulders. Nothing beats a good utility knife. Utility knife is one of those multi-tools, like Swiss Army knife, for example. Is that a generic general term for that? What's the time? 4 hours. Now you might know it as Stanley knife with replaceable base. Oh, okay. Because we are so now I know which one is that. I thought about the Swiss Army knife, for example, because we were talking about EDC, and my mind was still stuck on that. But yeah, the utility knife, I remember. I'm usually either using like a scalpel. This one is from Olfa, but a very common brand name is X-Acto, like X-Acto knife. So I'm either using this one, or if this is too small or any other problems, I'm using just a chisel. I think somewhere in here I have utility knife, but I was using it so infrequently, so sparsely that I don't remember even where it is. I picked up an or standing knife at an antique shop to use. Especially carpet and laminate fitting. Yeah, this is usually stuff I'm either cutting with that kind of knife, with the X-Acto knife, or a scalpel if you prefer, or with a chisel. Like chisel feels like it would be pretty weird, pretty inconvenient, or it just wouldn't work very well. but it works actually surprisingly well. Especially considering the fact that my chisels are usually quite sharp. So if I can't cut something, I'm taking a chisel and it cuts effortlessly. I'm also often using chisels to scrape stuff from glass, like some labels and stuff like that. It also works surprisingly well for that. Labels and other kinds of adhesives. Okay, this is pretty narrow. Now here, and the other shoulder. Not sure why, but not sure why. I just love the wood color scheme. For me, the wood is too bright. I'm sure. I think that I would go with Bosch. It's pretty muted, and I want to. Well, now I don't have the drill in here, but yeah, I think that I want to replace my drill with a Bosch drill, because it wouldn't stick out so much in terms of color. And also the fact that I don't like the old color scheme, I think it also has something to do with the building sites and stuff like that. It's not really my style, a building site like that. Japanese Makita power tool. Japanese Makita? Do they have like some different line of Makita tools? Or do you mean like just Makita? Yeah, they are far superior than their exported line. They are red and black. And this is leaking again. And it's making sound. Okay, now it's not making sound. Now I want to know. Oh, not this. Here. Makita Japanese. Like that. Red and black. Japanese line maybe. Interesting. I've never heard of that. And what are the other ones? Like, are there each for like different purpose, different export? The purple one looks quite interesting. Are there any purple brands? I was thinking about my human interaction skills. The fact that I don't know often how to respond to pretty basic stuff that people say in chat. That like the fact that they are going on or something like that. And I was thinking about taking some human interaction course and maybe doing some notes. Having a notebook like that. And even if it would be even better if I was actually checking my notes and yeah, someone is telling me that never do that. Someone would be telling me that they are going to sleep or something, and I'm looking at my notes. Oh yeah, so see you soon or something like that. That would be so stupid. Okay, this is the bottom. Now this direction. It's probably because you can be like me, but you want to be polite, so your brain just gets stuck in between saying nothing and saying something. Not really. I just actually don't know what to say. Like, I want to say something, but I don't know how, like, my mind goes completely blank, and I don't know how people respond in situations like that. Is looking up how people typically respond to stuff like that, and then purposefully memorizing the common phrases a very autistic thing to do? It sounds quite autistic. My mind goes blank when I don't want to be rude. I never want to be rude. Okay, a bit forward. Where is that? I have to remind myself how humans behave because I try to avoid their behavior as much as possible. And milliseconds feel like hours, and I just want to implode into singularity and disappear. I don't want to avoid the way other people are. I don't want to avoid the way other people are behaving. I'm going too far, and I'm constantly having to pull up the foot. Okay, this is not too far. Do you enjoy interacting with slaves? I don't. Not I don't enjoy, I don't interact. So I don't know how to respond to that. Like people in here sometimes joke about this situation. I think it's also common in other countries, but yeah, they joke about this situation when someone comes from US, for example, usually from US, and they are super friendly and they are like talking to random people on the bus, and everyone in Poland is like super confused. Why do you want to talk to me? What is going on? Can't you just sit in silence like everyone else? I remember this webcomic series. What was it called? Like Finnish Nightmares or something like that. And it was about the problems that Finnish people have with interacting with other people. Like I remember there was a comic like that. The with the text then that weather is horrible and the only shelter is already taken, and there was a bus stop and there was a one person on that bus stop, so this other person, other Finnish person just couldn't go under the under the roof on the bus stop because it was already taken. I'm surrounded by the British equivalent. I don't have a choice, but well, actually I do, but I might change to avoid them. To make me enjoy talking to people, you need to give me amphetamine and a member of... I typically don't really mind talking to other people, or just or having a small talk, stuff like that. Even though I never know what to say because I'm terrible at that kind of stuff, I don't really mind it that much. Stuff I dislike about interacting with other people is usually when they start talking more seriously. Like they start talking about politics or something like that, or even wars, maybe some conspiracy theories. Then I definitely dislike interacting with people and want to just go away. And I was thinking some time ago about that, and then I realized that the reason, maybe not the only reason, but definitely a big reason why I didn't really mind interacting with people at the university, and maybe even kind of liked interacting with people at the university, and I really disliked interacting with people right now, like in my current environment, is because at the university nobody ever talked about those kinds of topics. Like nobody ever talked about politics and other stupid things like that. What was the last message I read? amphetamine as an American now. British American, I talk to almost no one when out. If I see friendly American, when I'm out, I don't talk. So they don't know where I came from. Wish I sounded British. You can pretend to have British accent, or maybe even some other accent. I'm more of Ted Kaczynski kind of a guy. That's not what happened. The global climate shifted. No one used to talk about politics. Ted wasn't smart as he thought he was. Yeah, Ted Kaczynski definitely had issues with empathy. Like some of his arguments were quite reasonable, but the chapter when he couldn't possibly comprehend how could you care what happens to a group that you are not part of. Yeah, that's I think it was some kind of issue with him, not with the people who he was criticizing. And that he wasn't smart? I don't know. I think he was pretty smart. I think that his views were just quite biased, but by like his emotional, emotional, empathical state or abilities maybe. Or preferences. How is this going so far? Well, I'm still struggling to find the correct pattern, correct shape. I'm still just doing experiments, so it's not really progressing. It's not like some linear progress. I'm just trying new things until one thing is just correct, and then I will stick with it, and then I will see some progress. So yeah, it goes. I wouldn't say it goes forward or it stalls. It just is. I think after you get shafted enough people, empathy goes out the window. You're just born without it, like a psychopath. It had to do with his early childhood, I believe. Intelligence has nothing to do with self-awareness. Like Lamborghini without a steering wheel. You've inspired me to sew again, being looking for patterns. Well, it may be very easy or very difficult depending on what kind of patterns you want. If you want to do stuff like me, so making patterns completely from scratch, from some historical sources, then yeah, It's a bit difficult, it's a bit annoying. But there are places or there are sources where you can get just ready to use patterns. That depending on the style you're looking for and also the period. If you're sewing something modern or maybe at least something popular, then you will have easier time finding some patterns. What time? Okay, I still have 1 more hour. So maybe I could draw a skirt again, if this doesn't fit. What if it does though? It would be pretty weird if it just if it would just be fitting correctly on the first try. Or on the first try of that particular experiment. Modern, I think, something easy to get me back into it. It's been a while since I've sewn clothes. Well, I just started from making a historical waistcoat, and also from the same series of books, I think. I would love to live in a commune with people who aren't meta-cognitively challenged. I wonder. Yeah, it would definitely turn into a cult. I would love to live by myself. Well, maybe not completely by myself. Maybe with someone, with one person, with a partner. But yeah, I don't want to live in a commune. I don't want to live with close to other people. I would like to live in the middle of forest. I was born to disagree with everything. My brain doesn't like being commanded. I would love to have a small farm. I don't think I would like to have a farm, like with some like field and farm animals like pigs and cows and all of that. I think a garden would be enough for me, definitely enough. I don't want to have to work too much on a farm in the field. I was doing that in my childhood because you know, my grandparents had a farm, and later it was well, not really later, like practically, yeah, before I was born actually. It was being taken care of by my father, so I was also just constantly there, constantly helping with the farm, and I don't want to do stuff like that anymore. Okay, so I was saying that I was working on a farm. I don't know when it died. I was working on a farm when I was a child because my father was taking care of my grandparents' farm practically, yes, since before I was born. And I don't really want to work on farm like that. It was quite annoying. So yeah, and I've heard you say no to horses. Yeah, horses are a lot of work. Like you have to constantly clean everything around them and feed them and um, and clean everything around them. Yeah, super annoying. I definitely prefer mechanical transport. I would like to have. I was talking about this. Maybe the same stream. I was saying that I don't want any horses. That horses are annoying. That I would like to have a very very minimalistic car, very traditional car. Let's say that would be just a platform with wheels and wooden platform with wheels and seat and steering wheel and an electric motor. So basically, pretty much the same as one of the first cars. I would like to have something like that, to make something like that. Maybe one stream, another project for another stream. And of course, you wouldn't. You had a. Of course, you wouldn't. You had a small midlife crisis when you marked your sleeve. Oh, right, I remember that. I just want horses and few other animals, maybe a few cats. Lots of flowers and grow my own food. A robot horse. I think a robot horse would be pretty difficult to make. Very difficult to make. And it would be more practical, I guess, because like a horse, robot, any kind of robot with feet as opposed to wheels would be able to go through different terrains, very unforgiving terrains, as opposed to a car that only can go on a road. But it would be very difficult to make. very annoying, very fiddly, probably. It sounds like something that would constantly break. Shopping trolley in the motor? That wouldn't be very stable. If you want to use something as an actual transport method, you... Just like cars? Just like cars? What just like cars? Shopping trolley with a motor wouldn't be really stable if you want to use something as a normal method of transportation. It has to have bigger wheels, definitely bigger. Cars break all the time, but that's not inherent to cars. Like that's not inherent part of it being a car. You can have a car that is pretty reliable. Obviously, you would get ATV wheels. What are ATV wheels? And also the art is going on. So yeah, I didn't actually look at it. Oh. How does it look? I still have to pin this. Something like that. Ads should be over. And yeah, obviously you'd get ATV wheels. What are ATV wheels? I want a drone with seat on top. I don't think it would be very energy efficient. How is the waist? Waist is not that bad. And this part is also acceptable, I think. All-terrain vehicle, quad bike. Okay. But I still would like to have a more classical car. It would be more stylish. Maybe I can find some pictures. Let's see. Well, this, I don't know, first car. There will be probably something in here. Yeah, something like that would be nice. Although it wouldn't be very practical because it doesn't have any space to, I don't know, to keep some stuff, to carry some stuff. Maybe not first. First cars. Or maybe early car. Early. No, that's too late. I don't want to have something as complicated as that. No, still too complicated. You need a penny farthing? It would be nice to have, it would be funny to have, but I don't think it would be very useful. The level of autism and your desire for style impresses me. Thank you, I guess. How about start page maybe in here. First car. This should pull results from Google. Yeah, still nothing quite like what I want. Maybe first this one, kind of, maybe first Ford car. No. Maybe. I want something that is very minimal, that doesn't have a lot of parts, but that you could also like load stuff into. It has to have some space for luggage. What I wanted? Oh, I remember. I wanted to roll the edge to see the how the actual edge would look like, or not the actual edge, actual size, I guess. Shaggin Wagon? Is that some actual name? Because it sounds like... I know that shagging is, I think, a British term for something that a Twitch wouldn't allow, I think, with the fact that I'm not 18 plus channel, or my channel is not marked as 18 plus. I'm still thinking about the level of autism in my pursuit for style. I just want stuff that looks nice. This curve is quite annoying. Maybe I should pin it down. Not sure I could picture him driving something like that. The shagging wagon? Is that an actual name? Okay, I will Google that, but without showing my screen. Not here. No. I don't want something like that. That's the opposite of what I want. But I was actually considering, and I'm still considering buying someday buying some delivery car, some kind of delivery car as my just normal vehicle, daily vehicle, because when I want to use a car, usually it's because I want to transport something. So a delivery car would make sense for that. I think. And I mean, not some like huge delivery car. It's like something smaller, like Renault Kangoo, for example. You know, something that has a really significant trunk, but it's not some like huge stuff that can deliver stuff for a grocery store, for example. Have you ever been to England? No. What about Jaguar? I'm pretty suspicious about those names. Those names seem sassy. Really? This is a pretty car. Okay. Oh, it's from Austin Powers. Then the name makes sense. It's interesting, but I don't think it would be very useful. Like, it's both not what I want from a very minimalist car, and also not what I want from a delivery car. But yeah, I was considering buying a delivery car someday when I will have to actually buy my own car. So I won't be living with my father anymore. Because right now my father is auto body mechanic, I think it's called in England in English, and we have bunch of cars on our property, so I'm just driving whichever is closest to the gate. But if I was forced to buy my own actual car, I think I would go for a delivery car, delivery vehicle. I think that when I'm done with that, I would end the stream because it's quite late. It doesn't really make sense to do anything else. It's too late to play some Minecraft, and also too late to make another pattern, for example. Also, I haven't yet looked at this in the mirror, so I'm not sure what I want to change. Maybe this will even be the pattern. Man singing Justin Timberlake? What? It's too late to apologize, it's too late. I don't know any songs of Justin Timberlake. It's too modern for me. So yeah, maybe that will be the end. It's been quite a long time since I last played Minecraft. because I was having problems with my computer. I have to send the RAM memory for warranty, and now I don't really have time because I'm just doing this for the entire stream from the beginning until end. So do I even remember what was going on in that world? I hope that this will look good, that I will be satisfied with this one, because I really want to finally start actually solving the morning code, not just testing patterns. Well, it's more like I want to just have a morning code. I want the project to be already finished, but that's the case for every project. I'm always saying that for me it's actually not about the journey, it's about the destination. I want the destination. And that's why I'm starting every journey. Let's see. How does it look? I can change the shutter speed maybe, make it a bit brighter. Yeah, that seems more correct now, at more of a correct level. Is this spread apart? I don't know, this edge is not very straight. But maybe that's just the matter of material, and it will look better with wool. And also, I'm not sure about other layers, if this is supposed to have, well, I doubt that it's supposed to have canvas in here. Maybe? I don't know. Yeah, this side seems to flow better, seems to be smoother, so maybe that is matter of material. And also, maybe I could make this a bit more like that. Let's say it would be something like that. I think it's better now. Maybe tomorrow I could try adjusting this. Or I still have half an hour, so maybe even today. Yeah, first I have to pick some seams. Maybe even a lot. Let's say from here. And maybe I will just do one side to have a clear comparison. And then this one. Let's start from the middle. This is quite tight. This is very tight. I will have to break a seam on this side. This. Maybe now? Okay. What is that? The walls 7.5 measurement out of plumb. Do I need to do some plastering? That will be quite a lot of plastering. 7.5 millimeters out of plumb. It's almost a full centimeter. I would just tear everything down and put some drywall. I wouldn't bother with doing plastering. But also at this point I would just tear everything down and put a drywall if there was a nail hole, for example, in the wall. So maybe I'm a bit biased for that, in favor of that option. Just maybe. I could just put drywall over it, but then you would add a lot of thickness. A significant amount of thickness. So I don't know. If you are okay with that, then I guess. Yeah, let's move that by... Where is my measuring tape? Here. Let's move that by quarter of an inch, I don't know, maybe half an inch. So it would go up to full inch. this is not quite correct. Okay, that seems pretty smooth. So let's do that again. What is that? It's only protruding fireplace wall, so it's nothing too bad. Look who's running second shift, 24 hours here we go. And here, as many English shops in Poland, are there any Polish shops in England? That mic? No, I don't think so. Maybe I'm wrong, sorry. Yeah, it was already that, and it's already plugged in right here. Is there as many English shops in Poland as there are Polski sklep in England? I don't think so. I've never saw an English shop. But I also don't go outside that much, so maybe I'm not right person to ask that kind of stuff. But no, I don't think there is like I don't think it's very popular to be to have the same kind of shop as Polish shop in England in here. Just like a general Polish food. So in that case, it would be English food in here. I don't think it's really a thing. Like probably there are some specific stuff, very niche stuff. Like I don't know, maybe English tea shop or something like that. But no, I don't think there are many English shops in here. England's not exotic like Poland is? Well, I would say that like it's a matter of like comparison that for a Polish person English stuff would be pretty exotic, but when I think about it some more, yeah, I don't think English stuff is very exotic. Like, what do you think? Beans mostly, and some toast, and some French fries or chips. Is that how you call them? So yeah, that's not very unique. But there are some foods I think that are maybe not exotic really, but that are not very common in here and that people would be willing to buy. Okay, I went a bit overboard with that. There is more foreign shops in the UK than there are English shops. And here with foreign stuff, it's mostly just like Italian section, for example, in some local grocery store. So there aren't that many specifically foreign shops like the whole shop dedicated to some foreign food. And it's a shame because in those like Italian sections or Mexican sections or whatever else section, uh, there isn't that much stuff in there. So I would like to buy guanciale, for example, when it comes to Italian food, but that's not something I can find anywhere. So I'm forced to just substitute it with bacon or make my own. And maybe someday I will make my own, but I have better things to do right now. How many Turkish barbers do you have? There is like 4 in every small town and about 50 in cities. Turkish barbers. I don't think I've ever encountered one. Like we have some Turkish and not Turkish. So yeah, that's one food type of store, kind of more like a restaurant. Kebab. They are not really restaurants. Well, actually, sometimes maybe they would qualify as a restaurant. But yeah, kebab places is something that is foreign and pretty common in here. But barbers, I don't think they are very common. But also, I don't really, as I said, I don't really go outside that much. I especially avoid the cities, avoid city center. So that's not something I'm really familiar with. And I also don't go to any sort of barber or a hairdresser or anything like that, because I probably should, but I think it's a waste of time. I don't have time for that. I have better things to do. I bet they give a good shave. Is that in here? They are all used to launder money. Imagine being a Turkish barber and you were always dreaming about barbering people, about cutting people's beards and stuff like that. And now you opened your own shop in England, and then some people only say that it's definitely just for money laundering. I should probably do something with that. not hot enough. I think I dropped a pin somewhere. Maybe. There are so many threads from that fabric on the floor. Every other shop is going out of business. There is no shop opening for barber shops in a small town when there is already three house hairdressers. Something supply and demand. Barberflation. Well, but yeah, the thing is that even if like most of them are, or maybe even almost everyone is, there is always a possibility that one of them is like actual thing, and then everyone just gets everyone just compares this one to all the other ones. I don't know, I always don't like stuff like that. Don't like assuming that everyone something, because I guess of my pretty pretty individualistic nature, and I don't want to be compared with others. So I also avoid doing the same. I hate when someone says that I'm something because other people at my age something, or other people in my environment something. I'm myself, not people from my environment or from my or my peers. So yeah, that was what I was talking about when I was saying that imagine you are a Turkish barber. I meant that you are this one barber that is actually genuine barber. Okay, another mockup is not now ready, and I still haven't updated my list, my task list. Doesn't want to be the baby in the bathwater? Yeah. Is there someone who does? So I modified this side. Now it's not as smooth, kind of expected. I think it's not that bad. But still, I will have to look at myself in actual mirror, not on a computer screen through a camera. But yeah, maybe that will be the one. So, I think that's it for today. Doesn't want to be the baby in the bathwater. I think it will hang too much better in wool fabric. It will hang much better in wool fabric. It looks good. I don't know what I'm looking at so far. What I'm looking at, so I don't know. Looks like a piece of clothing. Let's look for some morning coats. This. So yeah. Projects, and also this is done. Now the list should update, and maybe this one. Yeah, morning coat. I want something like this. Well, there are different styles. So this has pretty low lapels, and I want higher ones because they were, I think, more fashionable in that period. But yeah, this is an example of a morning coat. I pressed Q again. I hate Q. Like in some programs, Q quits whatever it is. Like Zatura, for example, Q quits the PDF file, and in here Q records a macro in like in normal Vim. So it's always annoying. Peaky Blinders over here. Well, it's just old stuff. The Edwardian period stuff. What's in here? Yeah, this is a morning coat. This is a morning coat. This is probably a morning coat. And this is some maybe sack coat. I'm not sure. This is much more modern. This is also modern. And this looks quite old, quite more historic. So yeah. This is not a morning coat. This is other type of coat. Morning dress ambassador. Interesting but not very good. Yeah, this is not a useful picture. This is a different finish. The binding around the edge was also pretty common. You gonna make the hat with the raisable weight too? No. Why? But in regards to hat, I should probably get a hat. What is this? Oh, this is this side. And also, what was that site called again? Cutter's Guide? Galleries. 20th Century Mail. I was looking at one of those pictures, those catalogs. This one, I think. Now I have to open this. Zatura. Open. And what is this? Men's fashion. So yeah, this is first set. Like this is quite nice, fairly nice morning coat. I should have one of those pictures as a reference to what I'm making. And I read in that book, I think, that this type of pockets is for a normal like businessman, working man, and this is more aristocratic type of pocket. So I'm gonna do this one. I want aristocratic type of pocket. That sounds good. And also I think it looks nicer. That's probably why aristocrats wore them. This is also a nice example. Visible from both front and the back in here. This one has this aristocratic type of pocket. And these don't have rolled cuff or folded cuff, I don't know how they are called, because in this book that I'm referencing, they are pretty much all with this rolled cuff, and this one has just a straight one. I don't know, maybe I will do straight one, but yeah, so that's what I'm making. And this, I think, is Homburg hat, and I would like to have one of them. They were also popular in Edwardian period. I think they were actually brought to England by, or maybe not brought to England, but popularized in England by King Edward. So yeah, that would definitely suit this style. But something like that is really hard to get. Like most of the modern hat makers that are regarded as good don't really do style like that. They, if anything, they usually make fedora and some other more modern styles, but pretty much nobody makes Homburgs, and it's not very easy to find a vintage one. Maybe I should add this to the to my search list. So yeah, that's what I'm making. That's what I'm making, and that's what I will continue making tomorrow, because that's enough for today. It's already 19 or 7 p.m. and it's time to end the stream. So see you tomorrow. Bye.